Yodelay. Hey, I'm Eric. I'm making a game. I'm back from vacation. I've been making a game for about a year. A little more than a year. Like a year and a half. I kind of lost track, but it's a game that I'm quite committed to. So I'm going to talk about the game, but another thing is people are always asking me, what's something I can do to improve my life? And I say, well, get a little bit of exercise every day, 30 minutes of aerobic activity. Spend more time with people you love, your family. Read more, put more in your brain, expand your knowledge. They go, no. What's something easy I can do to make my life better? That stuff all sounds real hard. I don't want to do that. But, okay. Well, let me ask you. I will say to this person, you go through a lot of bed sheets? I go, yeah, invariably. Everyone says this. Yeah, it seems like maybe once a month I've got to get a new set of bed sheets because they're all full of holes, and so I get to I probe further. I ask them, do you have a rodent problem? They say no. I know it's not that anyways. It's always going to be something else. So I say, well, what about your socks? Do you go through a lot of socks? They go, yeah. How'd you know that? Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're closing in. And I say, what you need to do is clip your toenails. If you clip your toenails before they get real long and scraggly, you're going to go through less bed sheets because you won't rip holes in with your toe claws, and you go through less socks. Your shoes will fit better. You put on the shoes, and then there's like they get harder and harder to put on because your toenails are getting so long. So just clip your toenails. It's easy. It makes your life better. And they thank me, and their lives are 200% improved just by that. Now some people say, well, hold on now. Do I need to buy toenail clippers and fingernail clippers? Because I already spent money, good hard money, on those fingernail clippers, and you're telling me I gotta get toenail clippers too. And I say, well, okay. So you really only need toenail clippers. You can use toenail clippers to clip your fingernails as well as your toenails. And the guy says, I already bought the fingernail clippers. Sell the fingernail clippers and then buy some toenail clippers. You use the toenail clippers for either thing, and you'll be in good shape. So, people keep on coming up and asking me this, and this is advice I give them, and I wanted to get it out there for everyone to hear. You want to improve your life? Clip your toenails. All right, now let's move on. Let's move on to a demo of the things I've done recently. Okay. The streams are always set up this way. We start out with some random nonsense, which you just heard, and then I go to a demo. Okay, this is not my game project. This is a separate Unity project I made just for me on vacation because I couldn't take my whole iMac with me on vacation. I've had horrendous luck moving files between computers for one active project and getting them back. Part of that has to do with the relentless version upgrading that happens with Unity. So if you make a project in one version, you upgrade it in one place. Anyways, it can end up messing up your project. So I've had bad luck with taking one project, moving it to another computer, doing some stuff on it, moving it back to another computer. I've had extremely bad luck with using a networked drive. First Dropbox, and then I used the Apple one, whatever that's called, iCloud. And I came to the conclusion I don't ever want to use a network drive to work on the same project in 2 locations at the same time again. Not for something like Unity, where it has a whole bunch of different files it maintains, and they may synchronize in different ways across the network drive. The problem is with that network drive is you don't have a guarantee of all the files being synchronized between the 2 locations. Eventually they will, but maybe like all of them but 3 get synchronized, and there's some little hiccup in the sync. And then you're editing your project and you think everything's good, but corruption sets in. Like one version of a file is in one place and expected to deal with it. Anyways, it's easy to confuse Unity with that. So what I've done instead is I made a separate project which only contains my work from Vancouver. To make it easy on myself, because I knew that I'd have to merge all the stuff back in, I worked on some things which were fairly separate from everything else. So it's very easy for me to see how to put it all back in. That's what I'm going to spend today's session on. But let me quickly do a demo. Okay, so there's this new ice thing, and people who've been following the last few streams already know about it. It auto tiles, so I can place a generic ice game object in any of these squares, and it will choose the right tile to show it well with the other squares around it. So it's based on what neighbors are, what adjacent ice tiles are present, and it'll pick the correct tile to show. If it's a corner tile, if it's one of these guys where it's got no neighbors around it, etc. And there's 16 different possibilities. It's basically, if you think of a set of binary decisions or base 2 numbers, a 4-digit set of base 2 numbers makes a number between 0 and 15, or 16 different possibilities. So the 4 different possibilities are: is there a ice neighbor north of me, east of me, south of me, or west of me? And how those questions are answered, yes or no, will determine what tile is displayed. Okay, other things I did. This one I'm kind of excited about. I took out the shaders that add outlines around objects, and I replaced it with a post-processing image effect that adds lines to surfaces that need the lines, is a short way of putting it. A long way of putting it is it looks at the difference in normals from one pixel to another, meaning like if you took a sample at this XY point in the screen, you would find that you'd hit one point on a surface, and that surface would have a normal or a kind of a orthogonal vector that shoots out from that surface in the direction that it faces. Okay, it's called a normal because that vector, you would normalize it so that it is of a distance of 1, and then after you've normalized it like that, the values only refer to the angle that the vector travels in. Okay, so if you imagine this post-processing image effect, it's looking at each pixel in the plane, and it's saying, what is the normal of that pixel? And it would notice when the normal changes quite a bit within a certain range of difference, and it would say, oh, if it's going to change that much, then that's a place where we want to draw a black outline. And the end result is you get kind of a cartoonish look. I was doing that before with a shader that was per material, and I don't quite understand the trick that they do there, but it's very common. Almost every single cartoon shader uses the same trick. It has something to do with creating like an extra bit of geometry that's in black that from a distance looks like an outline, but when you get up close to it or you see it at certain angles, it looks like what it is, which is, an extra shape that was added to the geometry that sort of approximates an outline. But this looks more like an outline, and it's also covering these edges that I'm having trouble with the vocabulary, but these edges that are they don't have a difference in depth behind them that is large enough that you could see that extra geometry that you get from a shader based. God, I'm really like butchering this explanation. I feel like I should get better at explaining this because it might clarify my own thinking on it. So let me try one more time. So if you see this cube that I'm mousing around with my pointer, with the old way, using the shader based way that creates like extra geometry, you would only be able to see the outline around this edge here and this edge here and maybe these ones over here, but you wouldn't be able to see this one because that extra geometry that is added, it doesn't appear visibly on this type of surface. So anyways, this post-processing thing, it works a lot better. Okay. And I'm hoping I can continue using it, but I need to bring it into the other project and see how well it works. The other thing I added are these wooden roofs. Roofs. Don't often say the plural of roof, but I assume it's roofs. Kind of like plural of wolf is wolves. Okay. And I just want, they're purely cosmetic. I want to use them when I have a surface that the player cannot get to, and I want to decorate a little bit. And the convention will be that you can never get to any surface that has roofs on top of it. So it'll be another cue to help the player out a little bit. They'll know when they see the top of this that there's no way that they can end up landing over there. Now there's no reason why I couldn't design a level that would allow them to land on top of it, but my aim is to prevent that from ever happening, so I can use a convention and level design that whenever there's a surface you definitely can't get to and you definitely don't want to try to get to it, I'll throw some roofs on top of it, and it adds aesthetics too. Another technique that I played around with that I'm actually liking a lot, a few techniques actually. So I threw these roofs on top of some walls, and I was thinking, I want the roofs to extend out. I want the roofs to extend out just like a regular roof would beyond the walls. And I thought, well, I could pull the roofs out a little bit further, but if I do that, then if I put a whole bunch of them together, they'll be offset in weird ways. I mean, they'll not be offset in weird ways. They'll intersect with each other. They'll overlap. I'll have to edit them to get them to not overlap. So I want a bunch of prefabs I can just throw kind of quickly on top of a surface, and then I'll have roofs, right? So what I played with instead was taking the wall underneath of it and just in the scene in the scene editing, not like in the prefab, it's like the basic building block that I pull out there to start the level. In the scene, I move in the walls just a little bit. I'll set my snap to, 1/16 of a meter. And it also has a nice look down at the base of it that I'm enjoying. I don't find it confusing at all to see a little bit of the square or the floor down towards the base. So it's a technique I can use. The other technique I found that I think is really good for just adding a little bit of flair to a kind of boring surface is to make these little insets. And I was thinking earlier that I would want to have a whole bunch of panels coming out. I'll still have these panels that go the opposite direction, that come out from the walls a little bit. But insets are cool in their own way, and they're easy to make. So I could just go into a level that already has a bunch of walls, and I can just kind of pop in these insets real quick. And these ones I applied a different surface. I applied a lighted surface, but I can apply other kinds of surfaces as well. So there's nothing earth-shattering about those two techniques, but they're easy. They're easy, and I can apply them to all the different levels. And I like the end result. So that's a small victory, I guess, to discover something that is simple and adds a nice cosmetic effect to the level. So that's it. So this isn't the real game engine here. This is like just a simple camera with a script to it to move the camera around. What I want to do in this session is to move over the stuff from my vacation work that you're seeing in this project into the main game. And yeah, I'm going to do it. The other victory I had on vacation was Rider. Okay, and this is going to sound like an advertisement for Rider, I'm sorry, but it's more like an anti-advertisement on Visual Studio, which I've really grown to hate. I should say specifically the C# version of Visual Studio, which is integrated with Unity and comes by default. I just don't think it's a good piece of software. It's given me so many problems. And the straw that broke the camel's back is that when I installed a brand new installation of Unity on my laptop that I took on vacation, the built-in IDE with it on a brand new project would not friggin' compile or build or tell me why it wouldn't, or start a debugger. It just didn't work. It would let me open up the scripts and play with them and edit them, and then when I wanted a Unity, they would compile there, but I couldn't, inside of the IDE, all default installation stuff, brand new project, inside of the IDE, I couldn't handle the most basic things. I couldn't get them to work. Now, I started Googling about it, and I saw some settings that you could fix in Unity. I just thought, you know what? I'll spend an hour futzing around with this, a thing that should just work out of the box with Unity after a fresh install. Or I could take that same hour, I could just install this other tool I've been meaning to try out for a long time and see how well it works. And it works great. To be absolutely fair, Rider had the exact same problem as Visual Studio IDE, and the problem was that I didn't have an option set inside of Unity preferences under external tools to generate the CSproj files. So I think there's a similar one under Visual Studio. So I had to click this. Once I did, it generated the solution or whatever the project files were, and it was okay. And I probably could have done the same thing for Visual Studio. So I did not actually solve the problem that initially was there by switching to Rider, but that problem prompted me to go install Rider, and I just like Rider. it's good. It made sense to me. I was able to set my source code indenting, auto coding stuff up the way I liked it. It's got really nice stuff in the IDE for saying, what's going on. So like if I have a function that is not called by anything and it's just sitting there, it'll say nothing here. It won't say it's frequently called. It won't say it's called one time. That'll give me a cue. I could delete this function. If I don't think I'm going to use it, well, nothing else is using it, I can delete it, make my code simpler. It's got some nice stuff with syntax highlighting. Let me see. It is like maybe aggressive in its comments about what you should do and improve your code, a little more so than Visual Studio. And some of the suggestions have had a high amount of value. Others I'm like, no, I don't want to do that, and I should shut this off. So like for example, it's saying use var simple type. Why? What's the rationale? For me, it's an improvement to be more explicit in what type of variable you're creating. So this is an example of a warning I'd like to turn off. But it also has some good stuff like here, I'll show you one that's actually excellent. It's highlighting this and it's saying, you know what? This is an expensive method to call. And in the end, it's okay for me to call this. But it was a nice piece of information. And it even goes further. It knows that since I'm calling something that's expensive, that this function has become expensive. So if I go down, here, it says the same thing. Performance critical context. Okay, and it seems to know. I may misunderstand what's going on here, but it seems to know that you called this in your update event function. Okay. Let me try it. I'm going to put it inside of start instead and see what it does. Maybe I'm giving it too much credit. So the idea would be, okay, it's expensive, just call it one time, don't call another. Yeah, see, it does. It's smart about it. So here it's not worried about me calling something one time. It says, yeah, it seems like you're calling it the right way. And let's see, let's see up here. Yeah, it stopped highlighting this. Okay. It's got a nice warning here to tell me a thing that I keep screwing up on, which is Unity is in play mode. As soon as I hit save, it'll try to compile some stuff and probably crash Unity or at least make the code fail. That's a good warning to put in. So it's pretty smart. It's pretty friggin' savvy about Unity. So it's not just giving me C# advice. It's giving me Unity specific advice. So now it's saying configure Unity editor. Interesting. Okay. Well, script changes while playing. Yeah, this is a thing that. Yeah. Look at that. I just made my life better just by looking at the stuff that this IDE is telling me to do. So there's probably been about 20 times while I was streaming where I had this thing playing. More than 20, 40, 50. And then I saved a file and it built, and Unity, biting off way more than it should ever chew, attempted to take that recompiled code and use it with the already playing scene. Terrible. It should not be the default option. That should be an option that people can turn on when they know that they don't have any state that's being kept inside of their code that can't just be lost and recovered with the rebuilding. Because it's really only good if you have code which is specifically written or avoids problems around losing all of the state, like in object instances or static variables. So anyways, Writer, it's the shit. Visual Studio, it's shit. Big difference between being the shit and being shit. I should say Visual Studio for C#, I got no respect for it. Visual Studio for JavaScript, pretty solid IDE. It's my default IDE for writing web code. So I'm not making a blanket statement about all the Visual Studios. Some of them are pretty good. The C# one, or at least maybe it's even a more refined criticism. The C# one that's integrated with Unity is shit. So I'm got the 30-day trial in Writer. I hope it continues to cause me to love it, and as long as the love doesn't subside, I will spend that $130 and buy the friggin' Writer IDE, and I don't think I'll have buyer's remorse about it. Alright, let's get to work. I got a full day of stuff. Let me, it's complicated enough that I want to plan it out a bit. So let us close this project. And I'm in a newer version of Unity. So I'm gonna try. It's risky. It's risky, but it's a minor version. And it's the LTS version. I'm gonna try an upgrade. Let's do the git commit thing. Okay. Do it. Well, there's one beautiful project I haven't seen in 5 days. Okay, got the new project open. So now I need to, I think, close the old project I don't need everything running at one time. Okay. And let me open my source. Don't worry, no COVIDs. Okay, you are opening the wrong IDE. Quit. That's another thing too, is like trying not to be an infomercial for a writer, but it's not a permanent choice. Like, you can go back and forth between the two. I promise it's not COVID. Okay, so that loads in all my stuff. My first test is can I rebuild this whole thing? My main project source using Writer. It does seem like it's going to be a pushy little IDE that IDE that knows best type of a thing, and it's given me some good input already, but it feels like it is going to irritate me a little bit until I get used to it. Okay, so let's see, it just told me something. Naming conventions and open solutions and update settings accordingly. Click configure to change. Yeah, I want to know what the hell you think you're doing. Like, I don't mind you kind of barking at me about me screwing up most of the time. I just want to make sure you, writer, are not automatically changing things. That would be crazy, right? What does use auto detected values actually do? Okay. Yeah, the thing that's kind of missing for me is I'd like to have the rationale for all these things. So when I use linting packages like ESLint, there's usually a number that goes along with the recommendation. I can go to a website and look up the number, and it'll say you want to have a comma on the end of your line instead of the beginning because, stuff like that. this stuff, I just probably don't ever agree with it. So use var keyword for discards. I don't know what a discard is. Alright, let me not get bogged down in that. What's this? I prefer to manage all my Git maneuvers in the command line. So I'll say, don't you ever ask me again. Not even once. Okay. My reasoning is that if I get too attached to one particular IDE or tool, I'll lose my Git foo. Not that I'm so great at it, but you know, you got to be able to jump around to different types of computers and different systems, and then upgrades and changes to IDEs and stuff, and still be reasonably good at Git. And if you're always relying on an IDE to do stuff for you, then you kind of lose some of the basics of Git, like creating branches and merging branches and checking out files from earlier commits and things like that. So command line, forget for me. Okay, now I just want to see did merely opening up the project in the IDE actually change any files? I think I probably did that myself. Okay. Okay, now let's save all. Let's see if anything changed. Nope. Okay, cool. So far so good. Now let's rebuild everything. I'm just trying to check things one step at a time. So if I do 5 new things and the result is that, you know, it's all messed up in some way, then it's like, well, which of the 5 things that I did caused the problem? Here I admit I'm doing 2 new things at once. Oops. Okay, this looks like the same problem that I get to work by going over to the IDE and letting it spin a bit, figure things out, and see if it is successful. Console. Clear. Okay. Claim the solution. Build it. Okay, success there. Okay, the first thing I checked was, does the build work as it did before? Now that I've gone over to Rider, it does. Second thing to check is, does the project run as it did before now that I've rebuilt with Rider and upgraded Unity 2 minor versions? So it is really changing 2 things at once and trying it. I probably should have just tried playing the project without doing the Rider rebuild. But let's see. Let's have a little faith. Okay. It's working. Also, my console is running clean. I believe that the Pro Builder error that was popping up all the time for me has gone away as a result of upgrading Unity. I knew from reading forums that newer versions of Unity didn't see that error. And it looks like they finally got the bug fix into the LTS version, which is all I'm going to use. Latest, what is it? Stable version, something like that. Long-term stability, long-term something. Yeah, anyways, they finally got the bug fix I wanted into that LTS release. I think that's what happened. Okay, so I've sort of established my baseline here, that things are working. Here, let me try level load. That's always a scary thing. That cyan screen, it's on my list of bothering me stuff. I'll get to it when I get to it. Okay. Okay, so I've got my baseline. So I've got enough things to do that I want to write out a plan. The overall thing I'm doing is just moving the changes from the Vancouver trip into my main game project. Alright. Yeah, it's a nice little pop-up thing. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so stuff I want to do. Let's start putting them down. I'll order them later. Add post-proc edge detection. Remove tuning colors shader from objects. Add roofs. Plural of roof. I guess it could be either. Yeah. So the way I was saying it, I guess, is a little archaic. Okay, roofs, not roofs. These things are not important. Okay, and roofs in the assets. Add ice in the assets. Or actually, more specifically, add new ice model and auto tiling behavior to ice prefab. Okay. That's probably about it. By the way, all of these things don't count as progress by my rules. I'll explain that rule. So whenever I have something which is like a setback or kind of an infrastructure type of a thing, I don't count that as progress to complete that, because in order for me to feel good about continuing to move someplace and not getting stalled, I need to do something beyond that in a day. So if I change my IDE or upgrade my IDE, that doesn't count as progress. That's just me doing something infrastructure related. Okay, if I'm importing all my files from a vacation trip into my at-home project, that's just some shit I gotta do as a result of me taking this trip. So that doesn't count as progress either. So I have to do one thing, at least one thing, even though there's quite a bit of stuff here. I have to do one thing beyond all of this, which is just taking the work that I did on vacation and moving it into the home project. But I do have to get this done just to be able to continue on with new stuff. So as I'm working on these things, I will probably come up with one more idea of something to do. I want to get all this stuff in place before I do that. Okay, before I start on this, I'm going to go grab myself a drink and come right back upstairs. I will see you shortly. All right. It occurs to me some of these things I could probably take out. I'll leave that one open. I may want to do a little more with that. Alright, what order do I want to do these things in? I think I want to get the ice asset in before I mess with this edge detection shader business, because it's one of the things that may need a fair amount of tweaking. Okay. Yeah, let's do this one too, the head. Okay. Also, I think I'm interested in what the ice looks like before I put in the other stuff with my standard settings that I've got. Not standard, but my previous settings, not the Vancouver settings. So if there's any slight difference in my rendering, or a major difference in the rendering, I want to be able to see what the ice looks like with it. So let's plan to do that first. I will attempt just doing a simple copy over and see how that works. But I want to do it a little bit. I want to do just the things that I'm working on, instead of just copying everything all together. I only want to copy what I need over. Okay, Vancouver work on the left, official project on the right. Now this one I can delete. It's good to delete. This was my safety when I was doing an upgrade. Let's just delete it. Okay. So, okay, over here. rows I think I can just copy over pretty easy like. They'll lose their materials. I guess let's be proper and name it according to modern English conventions. Project prefabs level. Then we bring them over. Okay. Oh, I already had a directory where I was starting to mess around with it. Oh, that's right. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Well, that's kind of cool. It figured out the linkage to the texture just fine. I think I know why. I think it has to do with how I copied this texture over to my other project, which also involved copying that meta file over. And the meta file that goes along with each asset has got a GUID inside of it. And basically, if you have all the meta files copied over, the associations will persist between projects. That's my theory anyways. It seems to hold up here. This is evidence to support it. Yeah, I used to not understand those meta files, and I'd just delete them because I'd think, well, Unity will just create its own and it's got a better chance of not being corrupted if Unity just makes it from fresh, and that's actually a bad practice. If you just want your linkage to hold up when moving files from one place to another, it's good to keep those meta files because they say what GUID goes with each asset, and inside of an asset it'll have foreign keys, I guess you would say, to other objects using the GUID, other assets in using these GUIDs, and if they don't match, then you'll get that ugly magenta missing material thing. If they do match, then it just works, and they're not real complicated, those meta files. There's not much in them. So that's the thing I learned this year. Copy over the meta files. Doesn't hurt anything. It can only help you. Okay, those are fine. Out of curiosity, I'm going to go look at the other stuff I've got here. I did spend a fair amount of time getting these things going. I think I will use them. It's a little bit sad that I'm missing the shingle texture because I spent a lot of time getting the UV mapping on it just right. This might be a case where I could get the original texture to pop in and be able to see it. Don't want to do that right now. So let's rename this to Shingled Rouse. And I'll just put them inside of here. And then In fact, I'll give it a name that use later. Okay, maybe that'll mean something to me. Okay, so these look good. Yeah, the shingled roofs were kind of neat, but they didn't go with the purity theme, which is what you're looking at, a level building theme. Light colors, kind of a clean style. Looks a little bit like a bathhouse. So I didn't want to keep using them. Now this other roofs, on the other hand, they should be fine. I'll go ahead and pull some out and just start decorating my level with them a bit. Okay, so they're on the default. I'm thinking about the depth scanning that it gets performed and how it's going to work with these. So these ones, it's probably going to hit right in the middle and treat them as a block that takes up 2 by 1. When I say right in the middle, I mean the depth scan will go down the middle of the square and it'll hit this topmost part. Now the ones that are wider, the ones that are roof 2, those ones I'm not sure. I may have to create a different kind of collider for them. On the other hand, you're never supposed to be able to get on top of these things, so it's okay for them to have some undefined behavior. I think maybe I want to allow for you to walk up next to them. And do something reasonable. So I'll just throw some of these up here and just see what happens. Okay, so remember I was spending a long time at the beginning of the stream explaining what I didn't like about the material-based shaders that would create an cartoon-like or outline effect. This is it. So you see how it's like there's some extra geometry here, like an extra set of triangles or quads was added here with a black color. It doesn't look good when you get close to it. The corners don't join. The other thing is this edge here. I really would like a black line there. I would really like black lines here. But you can kind of see, like, okay, it's creating this extra surface here. So maybe there's one on this side too. And there is, actually. I'll show it to you. Watch as I turn. Okay, there it is. So you see it as soon as you get at an angle that you can see it. So there is like an extra triangle here that was generated by the shader or surface. Its normal is pointed in this direction, but if I go off over here, it's invisible because, well, first off, it would look terrible if it was visible here because it would just be all over. It would be a shape that's obscuring the surface that's not meant to be outlined. So it's creating this extra shape, which in some ways of viewing it will look like an outline. As I get further away, it looks better. And it was better than not having anything there at all. But it's not quite right. So I would like to get rid of it and just use the post-processing, the image processing to provide it. I'll see if I can do that in this session. See, here it's working real nice on these rails. Rails look good. It's looking just fine there. I'm sure if I get closer, I'll start seeing the same artifacts. Yeah, there they are. See, there's that gap in between the black line. Corners don't connect together. So it's just kind of a low quality way to outline everything. I think I can do better. Alright. Let me hit the play button and test out the colliders on those roofs that I put there. You know why I'm dwelling so much on the pronunciation of the word roof? Because I had a friend when I was a kid, and he used to tease me about my pronunciation of wolves. I'd go, woofs? And he'd go, why'd you say, what are you talking about? I go, oh, I said it wrong. Okay, wolves. He goes, no, wolves. He would get me on the F, and he'd get me on the L, or lack of an L. Okay. So can I move into this? I don't think I can. Good. I'm just pushing up against these just to see that the depth scan has set them correctly as not being traversable. Now these ones here I don't think are set as well as I'd like. Now the question would be, what do I want them to be set as? I think the best thing would be that they're not traversable at all. So I've got maybe 3 different ways to handle it. One would be how it is now. You can just walk through it. You weren't supposed to be here anyways. You know. The second way would be it's up 1 step and you can just walk up it like stairs. That might be kind of good, but I would like to have the player's experience be, whenever they see these, that they're not traversable. So it will create an expectation that whenever they see a surface that has got roofs on top of it, roofs on top of it, they won't be able to do anything up there. It's okay to have a path through a bunch of roofs. You can do that. But I would like to make this not traversable. And the way I can do it is to add a collider to it that's actually higher than the actual object. Because the rules of this game are that you can step up onto something if it's only 1 square higher than you. And these things are only 1 square tall. But if I artificially make them 2 squares tall with the collider, the depth scan will record them that way, and that'll make them non-traversable to the player. So I think that's the right solution for those. Let me see if I can do it. I haven't messed much with colliders before. I'm particularly setting them explicitly. So let's see if I can do it. This would be a first. So let's just remove the mesh collider. I don't worry too much about optimizing my colliders because they're not used at playtime. They're only used at edit time. The depth scanner is going to go and check for collisions with the collider, and it will make data structures that remove the need to use colliders after that. Box collider. Oh, cool! It's making it visible to me. I've never edited this directly. Okay, the size. Two by two, and then apparently I'm not going all the way up to 1 square here. So what if I just go 2? Okay. So then I also need to do something where the bottom is. Okay. I think I just figured it out. I don't think it was that hard. Okay, well this is interesting. I thought these were height 2. Apparently they're not. Also, they're not being placed right. Okay, so I've got some work on these other guys as well. Just to make sure I've got this sized right, let me drop. Drop some more. And by the way, this actually counts as progress because I'm adding some new functionality or features that were not present before. So I'm making my progress right now, and that's a good thing. Okay, so then if I come over here, yeah, so that is showing up as 2, and I've got a few problems with these guys to fix. Okay. Oh, no. Huh. No, I think they are centered. But let me just double check. Just move this over. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay. It is taller than 2. It's 3. It's 3 high. I'll rename it at some point. Pretty sure it's 3 high. Yeah, it's 3. Okay, as is this one. Okay, the tall ones are 3, short ones are 1. Okay, let's add a collider to this one too, the box collider. This seems like it's going to be real easy. So I'll save this, and that also just did a depth scan and saved the results of the depth scan to a file in persistent storage that will be loaded when the level runs, and it'll get all those depth scan values which determine where all the heights are for everything, where the ceilings and floors are at. And it should have put the floors, I say the floors, but you know, it's like the surface that defines like the elevation. Okay, so there's like a floor that's up above this thing, kind of high. And I will have to level design such that a player can never land on top of one of these roofs, because it'll look weird. No regressions on these. Okay. And this is working well too. Okay. That's pretty good. You know, there were some other ones besides those that I should throw up there or throw someplace and just check that they're working as expected. So let me go to those. Okay, I did all the 2 buys. Let's do the 1 buys. Oh, I know another thing I should do. Okay. So the thing I wanted to do is that if I drop, which one do I drop? If I drop one down kind of in the middle, it'll, what happened? Did I disable it? Oh, maybe I didn't save this. Did I save it? Save all. My snapper's not snapping. Time to set a breakpoint, I guess. Okay. Ugh. This is nice too. You can attach to the editor and play if you want. In this case, I only need to attach. Other nice stuff is I can see the Unity output down here. Okay, here's the hierarchy. So the question is, well, there's multiple questions I have, but one of them is, why do I not have debugging or stepping actions down here? Okay, here we go. Okay, there's gonna be a ton of these. Okay, yeah, 1500. I want my breakpoint someplace better. And run. And move that. Okay. So what? Yeah, okay. Roof 1 tall A. This is the situation I care about. Okay, first you're going to add it. Then you're going to see if it should be snapped. Is the scene loaded? Scene is not loaded. Okay. Something broke here. What would make the scene loaded? Might be something like maybe this on scene opened. Didn't get executed right when the project was opened, but if I open another scene and open this one, maybe it does get executed. Because I wanted to prevent all of the objects in the scene from having snap applied to them each time a scene is opened. I wanted to let the scene be opened and do any snapping to only objects that were added after the scene had opened, because this doesn't seem to have any other way to distinguish between objects that are just present when the scene loads and objects that you add while you're in the editor. So let me just not get bogged down in that. I'll just say Okay. I don't want to go troubleshoot that. That would be a sweater thread, or it would be a tangent. Yeah, so I'll just kind of manually fix these. See how easy it is to screw up here, though? Like, it looks right and it did snap, but it's still 32.002. That kind of stuff just leads to gross little bugs for me to fix. Same here. See how long it's taking me to fix all these stupid little things? That's why I have that auto snapping code there. This one too. Yeah, all the Y values are messed up here. Okay. Move this over here so it's still possible to walk off the edge. Save that. And okay, then hit play and make sure all those roofs are operating as expected as obstacles that I cannot walk onto or through. Cool. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright. Another thing I wish would work with Unity is that the period of time while you're waiting for the bake to happen, that there be some approximation of what the bake will look like before that is actually kind of close to what the full bake is going to be, because I'm constantly flipping between these widely varying lighting situations, and each bake takes like 20 minutes or something like that, and if you just add one little thing to the scene, it starts completely over. So I don't know, I'm dissatisfied with that. Alright, let's keep going. Roofs done. Ice is next. Okay. So what's the best way to move this over? Another good thing about these meta files is that they preserve the connection between different types of objects or assets, even when you move things to different directories. So if I come over to my game project and I put ice stuff into here, it won't matter that I'm going to move these prefabs into a different relative location in the new project. It will not matter, because the GUIDs that are inside these meta files are going to reference the assets that are needed. So you can move things around inside the directory structure without breaking anything. Okay, so materials. Just rename this to ice for now. So also, a lesser development system, I would have broken the references by renaming a directory. If I could open up that old project, it'll still work. That's one thing they definitely did right over at Unity. Okay, I will make some more edits to all this stuff, but I'll do it inside of Unity in just a moment, because I want to. Actually, I don't need to. I'm kind of fussing with things, so I don't need to do that. Let's go back to the prefabs. Level. I've probably got ice down at this level. Just make a directory for ice. And I can do that. Yeah. I just said all that stuff about not breaking the old project, but I deleted a directory from the project, but when I moved it over to here, so I guess I did mess up that project here. I might as well just make it not broken. Let me fix that thing that I just broke, just in case I gotta go back there. Hold down Option. Oh, wait a minute. Stop. Okay. Okay, back over here, prefabs, level, ice gets its own directory now. Because it became a complicated thing. And so first I'm gonna look at the old ice and see what it had in it. Looks like it's missing the discovery script. Alright, this is the plain boring thing I had previously. Okay, it's pretty simple. So I don't even think I need it. I don't think I need it. I think I could delete it with impunity. Yep, I'm gonna delete it. Inside here, and just open up one of these guys and see if it looks okay. Looks great. Material came through. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Here you're missing the script, huh? I'm gonna do that. Okay, so I think I didn't copy the scripts over for it yet. So I've got ice, tile slot, bam, okay. These things should go inside of editor. Let's just copy. Scripts, editor. One of them should go inside of editor. Tile slot should go inside of editor. Okay. The tricky thing is, I don't know a good way to make components that are meant to be editor only to compile out entirely when the player build is made. So I have to do something that's a little bit janky. This might be worth asking a Stack Overflow question about. Maybe there's a better way to do it. Did you get copied? There you go. Okay, those guys go there. And let's see, aesthetics. I'll show you what I did in a second. That explains what the janky thing is that I'm talking about. Okay. Okay, so tile slot. It's editor only code. It will compile out for a player build, as it should. But since I need to attach this other guy, ice tile slot, as a component to a game object, it can't be edited out. It needs to be playtime code. So I've got this do nothing component here, so that if it does need to be compiled and referenced by the object, then at least it won't contribute a lot of bloat, CPU or memory usage. Okay. Now I'm also seeing some weirdness with the Unity editor definition here. Like this should be active. I think that might be because it hasn't been picked up yet in the Unity build. Okay, this seems to be doing better. Let me go over to here. Okay, all this stuff popped in. That's good. I have to redo all these. That's fine. Won't take me too long. Let me see what the console looks like. This is the third time I've done this. It's probably going to be my last, which is fine by me. It's not real interesting work. I think about this because there's always a question of, should I write a little more code to make it so that next time I have to do this, it won't be as time consuming, but that investment doesn't pay off in this case because I'm not going to keep on doing this again and again. This is the third time. Done with it. Maybe there's a fourth time, but there's not a fifth, sixth, seventh time. Each time takes me 2 or 3 minutes. It's not worth writing 30 minutes of code to make it more automated. Alright. Next, I want to get my discovery script there, which is needed. For it to be added to the game logic when the level's loaded. Ice piece. Okay. And just so I can get like a better prefab in here, let me try this. This might totally fuck up. Save everything. Okay. I don't know. I don't even know what's in here right now. I don't think this came in from a prefab. I don't think so. I was expecting that if I move these around, it might. Oops. Try this. That it might auto tile in a new prefab here, but it did not. It's not real important because this object should just get removed. It might even be helpful for me to have this junk object here in order to see if there's a problem with the auto tiling. So let's save all that and let's try this. Is good. Means that I referenced every single one of these game objects when I set the value of it in the inspector just a moment ago. So take this guy, put it, I think down here is more fun. Let's put it down here. Okay. Okay, it's not auto tile. Oh, I gotta unpack it. So after I do that, there we go. Okay, seems to be working. Let's make some copies. It's the first time I get to see the new aesthetics with the game behavior. Also kind of curious if these axles are gonna go over the top of the ice. Put some like that, or if they'll block them or anything like that. I don't think they will. I think I coded them in such a way that they wouldn't, but I could be wrong. I spent quite a bit of time on the auto tiling. Actually, not that much. Thinking about it, but in a relative sense, I spent, maybe 4 hours or so coming up with the auto tiling code. No, it was less than that. Yeah, it was a couple hours. No, actually, I whipped it out real fast. But it was a good investment because me kind of pulling out these prefabs, all 32 of them, and choosing the right ones myself manually to put together good looking ice, it's going to take a lot more time than this, what I'm doing here, where the tiles just picked automatically. So that's an example of an investment that pays off, that is smart to do. I think I'll be vindicated on that one pretty easily. Okay, now let's hit play and let's see if the ice works. Okay, already it's not working. What I expect is that I'll slide over it, and that code should already be there. Now let's see if it blocks the axle. Nope, that part's good. Okay, so I'm guessing the piece discovery is not working right. Let me exit from here. So that's there. What console stuff do I get? Nothing. Oh, it's the tag. I forgot the tag. Okay. Easy, 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 easy. Gotta redo the ice, but no big deal. Let's delete all that. Delete all that. So I get two pretty good reminders to unpack now. One is the word unpack is in the name of the game object. The other is that before I unpack, I get that ugly magenta mesh. So I'm leaving the ugly magenta in because it's a good indicator that I need to unpack the object. It's a weird behavior of Unity that it won't allow you to make deletions to objects in a prefab instance when those objects are not, well, it won't let you make any deletions of game objects inside of a prefab instance. But that makes less sense to me than allowing it, particularly if those game objects were created as temporary objects. I just don't understand why it's adding that restriction. I think it's a good restriction maybe for internal reasons, like they haven't coded it yet to allow for it. But other things you can do that modify not the prefab itself, but the instance of it within the scene, they are allowed. So like you can create child objects inside of a prefab instance, and there's already the understanding we're not changing the prefab itself, but rather the instance of it that's within the scene. So why not allow deleting objects inside of a prefab instance? Why not? Like, it doesn't have to update the prefab itself. I think my terminology is a little bit off here. I think you would also call a prefab that's an asset of a prefab instance as well. But anyways, I'm digressing. Let's get some more of these guys out here. Make a little playground. Alright, I think that should do it. I hope these all came after, because I don't, hold on, I gotta see if I'm still running clean. Yeah, those were probably from earlier. Yeah, I think they were from earlier before I unpacked. I have not seen the red one yet. Okay. Okay. Hit play. Let me see if I get ice behavior. There we go. As it should be. Whoa, what's this one about? I may have to look at that one. There's no slipping on that one. This one slips fine. I think this one was the first one I dropped down. Okay. That's looking pretty good. What's up with this one? Let me see. It looks healthy. Got everything enabled. It's on default. It's got ice tag, ice piece down here. As opposed to this one, which works, it probably looks the same. Wait, this one's untagged. Oh, that's because I'm clicking the offset. Okay. Well, that's ice. Default layer. So in the player, all this stuff here should build out, compile out. Does it have to do with it being in the quadrant of the axle? Let me try moving this guy over. I don't think I have any init code like that. Let me see, is there anything underneath this? No? Okay. So I'll move this one out of the quadrant over here. Dang it. I moved the offset instead of the parent, which is important. Okay, so let me see. Question is, does this one stop working? Does this one start working? I have no idea what to expect there. Okay, that one continues to work. What about this one? That one started working. What changed? I don't know. I moved it to a different position. Let me, God, I should remember not to edit the objects in the scene while I've got a repro and a bug, because now I may not be able to get back to that repro. Let me see if all the other ones work. I thought maybe like moving the axle over the top of it would erase something, but it did not. Oh, I can think of one thing that might do it. Let me try this. Okay, so if the spikes were on the square that it was at, then that could maybe do something. So let me try that. Because I think the spikes. I think the spikes take up the part of the data structure and the game logic which the ice is stored in. So I'm guessing they're overriding it. And I can check that pretty easily. So if I move this, I think I've got a different problem now. Organized scene is dismantling my ice pieces. Okay, so one problem at a time, but I gotta record this one so I can come back to it. So let's just get rid of all the ice again. And unpack that baby. Okay, so my theory is it will work to start, but after I move the ice or the axle so that it puts the spike on top of the ice, that the ice will not work after that. That is my theory. First part is true. Yep, that was it. Okay. So I gotta fix that. And also I gotta pee. Because I've been drinking things. Be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay. So I know what the issue is. The way I wrote the axles is that they just so I don't have to keep on saying it in a verbose way, let me give you a little bit of vocabulary here. There's a thing called the board. The board is the game's logical data structures, which are separate from all the geometry and stuff you see in the world. It's a very simplified version of what's going on in the game that represents everything that is needed to update the game state. And so that's the board, right? Okay. These spikes here, they're stored in a part of the board called the O layer. So I've got two layers, an O layer and an M layer. The O layer tends to contain things which are fixed in place. The M layer tends to contain things which are on top of everything else and maybe can be moved around. It's a little bit ambiguous at times. So it made sense for me to put these on the O layer when I was writing the code, because the M layer could contain things that the spikes would act upon. I didn't want to overwrite the contents of the M layer when I put spikes here. I wanted to be able to, at least for a brief moment of time, to simultaneously have the spikes here in the O layer of the board and creatures that would get killed by the spikes in the M layer, so that I could kind of compare things and see, oh, well, there's a creature that is right here where the spikes are, therefore it needs to die. So that means that when I push these axles, it will erase what is in the O layer, and then it'll erase the spikes from the O layer, and then it'll recreate them at the new location that is 90 degrees rotated around this axle to complete the rotation of the axle. So that erasure is happening here on this ice square. Ice square is getting removed from the O layer. And it's not being put back. So I've got some different options. Let's see, what else? Okay. Axle rotation is deleting ice on spike squares. Okay. Number 1. Design levels to avoid having ice on spike squares. This is the easiest one. It's the laziest one. Let me add something to it. Add some kind of automated warning about tile placement, about ice placement. That one's actually not that bad of an option, because I can have the discovery script, check it. Or in pre-proc. Okay. Okay, number 2. And revert value to axle controller so it can rewrite the O square after axle moves. Okay, number 3. What else? What else could I do? Move spikes to M layer. Rotation logic needs to any other options? Just to be a little bit complete, I don't think I want to do this, but just to kind of make sure my brain is considering more options, and maybe I'll think of something else as I write this. Add an extra layer. What would that layer be? well, let's just say add an extra layer to the board. Dude, why are you auto-completing? I'm just typing a comment in a text file. That's weird. Okay. This one is kind of a bad idea. It's very complicated. I was thinking of something like a board create snapshot. I could make a copy of the board. Make a copy of a board. It can be referenced. This seems terrible. I definitely don't want to make a whole copy. I don't want to be allocating something again and again and again. So I do not have a lot more changes to make to game logic. I do not have a lot more elements to add. In fact, there's only maybe 1 or 2 elements to add left, and they're tied into story. So if I knew I had a lot that I was going to add, I would go after the more ambitious solutions that added a general capability that could be reused across multiple types of things. So that would be number 4 and number 5. Those are like the fundamental changes to how things are stored, or having like a snapshotting utility, or a way to retain board state and refer back to it. I don't have features coming up that would benefit from this. So it's a bad investment for me to go off and do this. Okay. Number 2 and number 3 are, they retain an ability to put ice wherever the hell I want, which is nice. They do make me go into some code that's a little bit complex, that has been working fine. It's been debugged a number of times. It's getting pretty close to stable. So I'm quite reluctant. I mean, it is stable, but it's like getting close to robust, battle-tested, shippable. Don't expect to find problems in it. You know, it's like that level of completion. So I'm quite reluctant to go into that code and change it in a fundamental way. So the question is, can I do something that's a pretty small change to the code for either number 2 or number 3, without having to really pull apart the whole thing, or introduce risk of regressing? So let me just evaluate those 2 options. I may just kind of chicken out and do number 1. So I don't think it's that important to have ice that's placed where the spike squares would land. I really don't think it is. Okay. A revert value. What would that look like? Let's bring up the axle controller. I guess it could go in the spoke info. I don't think it would go in the spoke info. I think it's I think when the spoke controller is added to the board, it creates at that point in time an array of squares that are in its quadrant, and it just retains them. And then there's some other code let's see. Rotate. Remove spokes from board. That's the one. Okay, remove spokes from board. Come on, where are you at? Where are you at? There it is. Okay, then let's remove spoke. This one. Okay. This right here, this line here, it would say, instead of setting the O piece to null, we will have it set it to a revert piece. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be it. This is going to work. It's going to be clean. It's not going to require a lot of changes to my code. Okay. So here, this is going to be it. This here is much riskier. Okay, it's going to be number 2. Okay. So do something like this. Just checking to see if I already wrote something like this and what patterns I have here already. So I could kind of follow this. I've got one method that gets 1 O square. Going to be this will be an array of pieces that will be expected to be sized already to match the dimensions asked for. So I don't want to allocate. I want caller to have it already be allocated, and then I won't be continuously calling new all the time and causing unnecessary garbage collection, which leads to frame rate drops, frame stutters. Okay, so in door axle controller. Which one? It's going to be add the board. Is that what it was? Probably a constructor. There it is. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll do it. I think that will do it nicely. Yank that out and put it in the place where I'll be doing most of my work, which is axle controller. Let's throw this up to the top. It's kind of a big file. Yes. Another thing I like about Rider is it lets me do K&R style curly braces on the same line, which is my great preference over what seems to be the default for C# people is like this type of thing. It's like why? I just I don't get it. Okay. This will be a little bit better. Let's go. East column, west column, +1. Okay. Equals North Road. No, south. Okay, if I do this, probably result in simpler code. Why are you commented out or grayed out? Oh. Maybe? No, because there's nothing in the body yet. Okay, so I'll say pieces C R equals get O at west call plus fact. I can go simpler on this. Let's make this call count row count. Call count, row count. It's amazing. And I just, say all this stuff becomes simplified. I can get rid of this. Okay, what's call plus C, north row plus R, height, and yeah. I think that's probably it right there. Okay. And I go back to the axle controller. Yoink that. Piece. Let's go with const over. Can be more general. Axle radius equals 3. Always annoys me. I can't do consts that do calculations. It's axle plus spokes radius equals axle radius times 2 plus 1. Okay. Don't need the private. Don't like saying private. Okay, then I want my revert squares, so it's going to be piece axle plus, probably going to bulk at this too, think it's not going to accept it because it's not a const. That makes sense, it wouldn't though. Alright. Stop being precious. What? Revert O pieces. What? Oh, okay, I remember. Okay. Getting confused between different languages. New piece. There, that should do it. What? Oh. Are we there yet? Yeah, okay. So then I want to go to the constructor. Oh, I don't have a board here? Oh, here it is. Add the board. That's where I want to add it. Okay, cool. Let's do the revert. Let's copy the revert scores before I add the spokes to the board. Okay, so we'll say board, copy, O layer rect. So let's say this call minus spoke length, row minus spoke length. Height, Verdo pieces. Okay, just to make this more readable, I never mind refactoring if it's going to make it more readable, easier to understand. I don't mind tucking this away. It's just when there's no conceptual advantage, or there's not a clear concept to simplify the work, then I might as well keep the code in line. Okay, so it's going to be void init revert O pieces. And I'll make it static. You gotta pass in the board, and you gotta pass in I can make this even a little bit better. I could definitely make it just a little bit better. Piece, boom, 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 boom. And you just got to pass in the board and return everything you need. And those constants I put way up top, I don't need them anyplace else. I could encapsulate them inside of this function. Stop with your privatization. I'll fix that in a second. Okay. Turn over all pieces, and let's see. That's pretty clean. That's pretty clean. Okay. What? How do I turn this off? Local constants. Let me see. Where's it at? Okay, that seems good. What is the one about private? Let me fix that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that looks good. The next thing is remove spoke. Okay, let me think about this. Okay, so I want an offset into the into the reverts. I might as well calculate it one time. Axles don't move. So let's do it this way. So I want this to be a value I can add to the CRH of whatever square I'm checking to that will give me the index into the revert array. So call and row are going to be the axle coordinates. So it's easier for me to think of this concretely just to test everything out. So say axle call row equals 5, 2. Should go to 0, 1, 2, 3. in revert array. Two to three. Okay, so it's going to be it's like negative call plus spoke length. I think. I'll check it in a second. Okay, so if this is right, then let's see how the math works. 5 will be negative 5 negative 5 plus 3 is actually negative 2. Actually, I think that might be right. I think maybe I have this. No, okay. So if DC was negative 2, then I would say add negative 2 to 5, I'll get 3. Okay, let's check row. Negative row is negative 2. Add 3 to it. And that gives me 1. So 2 plus 1 to get to 3. That works. Okay. The offsets, deltas below can be added to this CR and board coordinates to arrive at index into revert pieces array. Input CR must be a square within spoke within axle plus spokes area. Okay. Kind of feels like I could package all these up into one struct. So let me neaten that up a bit. Okay, init revert O pieces. Instead of just returning revert O pieces, I'll return a struct. That'll be more self-contained. So let's go. Or a class. And I can also just encapsulate a few more things in here. Yeah, okay. So let's go down to this init, revert O pieces, and let's just take all this and put it inside of the constructor. Okay, we'll say revert info is new, revert info board call row height. Okay. Like this. Public revert info blank. Okay, and then I'll give a nice good in array exception without adding in the assert as well. So okay, so return O pieces, call plus DC, row plus DR, and let's just like so. There. Okay. Getting there. problem is, there's read-only fields that I really do intend to use like constants. It's only a shortcoming of C# that causes me to quit fiddling with that. It's not that important. So here's the issue. So if I make this a const, this is unavailable to me inside of any static function, which is fucking stupid. Honestly, it seems like a shortcoming of C#. I can't do something like, I do static const to get around that. No, you can't use static with const. Okay. Okay, fine. I'll just make it without static. I'll just do const. Okay, I can't use it in the function. Okay, then that forces me to do this static read only. Okay, and now I could tell JetBrains, writer, have it be this all caps style. But then I would be causing issues with other type of variables that they're not meant to be used like constants. They're actually a variable that gets set in some way by some code during the execution of methods inside of the object, and gets set just one time and doesn't get set after that, as opposed to just a simple value that gets set so yeah, I don't know, I'm unhappy with all the solutions available to me. I think I want a way to just turn off this syntax highlighting, or maybe what I saw there was okay, static read only. Maybe I could add like an extra one. Yeah. So is it going to use either of these rules, saying either one will work? Let me see. So that's the default rule. If I create another thing, okay, I think it will let me do both, but I need to do lower. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. So just on these guys we say all upper or lower camel case. Okay. This one, same deal. These I just want to be all upper. These I want to be all upper. Alright. This is definitely a sweater thread. I'll come back to it later. Or, okay. Okay, so remove spoke. I'm gonna get rid of this. And here can be, let's go with revert info, get revert O piece. Okay, that might be it. Let me build this shit. Cool. I give this a 71% chance of working the first time. Uh-oh. What? Alright, what was the first one? What was the first error? Okay. Probably the new code at the creation of the, it's probably going to be in here. This is probably what fucks up. So this is a nice option. First time I'm trying it. Let's see how it does. Looks like it already failed. Oh. No. Okay. So this should be 7. Yep. Okay, here it could fail. Oh. Oh, nah. 18, 16, 7, 7, something reasonable, 290. might be okay. Let me check these layers. I think it's right. This how do I get back to the call stack? Okay, call stack. Get height passed in 290. Yeah, that will be right. Okay. Okay. So R 0 to row count 7. C 0 to 7. Pieces CR. Pieces are you? Yep. You are correctly allocated. West call C, north rope this R. Seems right. So let's just walk through a little bit. Oh, I do see an off by 1. It's not all the way to row count, all the way to call count, because that'll go out of bounds. Okay, cool. I'll hit play. Well, just to verify that's what I think it is, I'll take it out to call count 8, or C equals 7 actually. Going to go 1 past. Actually, it already did go 1 past. Bam. Good. Makes sense. So then we go and we stop this. Stop the madness. Okay, board. Off by 1. Okay, so let me test this out again. So call is going to be 21, row it's going to be 19. Okay. DC is negative 18. So if I apply if I add negative 18 to 21, I will get 3 which is the right location inside of the revert pieces array. Okay, cool. I'm going to just look real quickly here. It does seem to me that there's one other case to protect for. So if I add an axle God damn it, people stop. Okay. So if I add an axle when the level loads, it will create a revert pieces thing, which may not include an ice piece later on. So if the initial placement of the axle in the editor has ice right under the spikes, the order that the pieces are added when the level loads becomes important. I think this will work okay in just playing it after it's started, but that's probably only because I've got the spikes not initially on the axle. So let's see. Case of an axle initial placement having spikes over ice, need to have board loader load axles last. Add axles to board last. Okay. This seems fine to me. I'm just gonna hit play. The other thing I want to do before I forget is explain in comments why I need this. When spokes are rotated, they overwrite O squares around spikes. This deletes ice and potentially other things. Allows adding them back. Let's hit play. What? Was that a build in the middle of my play? Is that what happened? Also, Unity, why will you not just tell me which thing is missing in the script? So annoying. Anyways. Let me try this again. I'm not convinced those were proper errors. Okay. So there, I think it erased it. It erased the ice from the board, not the screen. You can still see it, but if I go here, I think it added it back to the board. Nope. Urgh. Let me simplify this testing. Get rid of this guy. Okay. Start the debugger. Man, I got 2 hours to get all my stuff done. I hope I can do it. I might have bit off more than I could chew. Alright, the other thing I'll do is just get rid of all the other axles. Because otherwise, when I set my breakpoints, it'll be a little bit rough. What's this one? Axle 2. There we go. Okay, so I want to see add the board. Just want to look at the structure that was returned back. that's good for now. And then I'll get it in position and I'll set a breakpoint for what I'm hoping will add it back. So debug, bam. Cool. So what do I got? What do I get? 7, 7. So I am expecting, I think at 6, 4. At 6, 4 to find a piece. No? Okay, let's look at it the other way. Nothing. Oh, this is the same problem I was talking about. The axles are getting added before the ice. This is it. This is the problem. These are all empty. There's nothing to revert. So I've got to fix that other bug in order to just get it working in some reasonable way. Yeah. Because it's actually affecting more than the special case I was thinking about. Most def. Okay. So that means I go to board loader. So basically I want axles to be added last. I'm deciding for myself if it's worth creating a more general facility that's not special case to axles. It wouldn't be that hard. Well, actually, there's a real easy way to do this, actually. This does search one at a time. Okay. if this is correct syntax or not. I guess I would have been surprised if that worked. Okay. These tags 1. Tower. It's an array of arrays. I might be at the limits of, oh. Okay. This kind of looks like it's gonna work. Alright, so this just all goes inside of one big loop like that. Okay, I feel like this is probably going to work. Do I want the try catch? To be up a level? Yeah, I do. Because otherwise it's going to try to keep going. It's really a fatal error. I just wanted it to be logged a certain way. I wish I could throw this exception with the original call stack. What are you complaining about? Okay, let's look at your idea. Is there like a rethrow keyword? Well, how do I do that? How do I do the thing here? C#. Yeah, this one. Oh. Nice. I learn things. Writer's helping me learn things. I could spend all day correcting all these little squiggly lines and probably be a better person for it. Yes, this page is helpful. Keep doing a good job. Okay. What's this? You're gonna say it's expensive? Nah, let's not get into that. I only got a couple hours. I only got an hour and 36 minutes. Okay. Stop getting distracted by the squigglies. You can do that some other time. Now this is a big enough change that I think it's worth checking this shit out. It's asking me like which specific thing do I want to break on. That's cool too. That's really cool. Because sometimes I really do want to break in different places in the line. I love it. That's really nice. Okay, let's get debugging. Okay. Group piece tags. This is looking good. Yeah, this is nice. Okay, so on the first round through, let's make sure it's just not doing anything gross. This should be the one with 21, yep. So because I know specifically where this breakpoint is at, it's on this. I know that I can hit play. It's going to bring me to the second iteration. Yep, there it is. That's lovely. Okay, it should just be Axel. Okay, now come back over here. By the way, another thing I couldn't do in Visual Studio, at least not without reliable results, at least with, I couldn't do it in a way that I trusted, is set a breakpoint after execution had already began. Because it'll do something weird where it hits play for you when you just set a breakpoint. I'm like, no, don't do that. Okay. Now I'm going to play. Okay. Now I think my revert info will actually have yes, at 6/4, the ice piece. Perfect. Perfecto. Okay, this has a good chance of working now. So let's just go. Okay, it removed it from the board. Pretty sure it did. Come on. Come on. Dang it. All right. I need to go look at some other code now. I know it's initializing correctly, but in that remove spoke code, I was thinking that this would return back to me oh, okay, there's more than one thing to do here. Remove spikes. I gotta do something similar. In fact, I could almost just go. Okay. Let's take a look at this though. Okay, spikes piece, remove spike. I don't like those kind of things. Okay, so let's see what they do. Yeah, I've done that kind of thing before. in this case, I don't. I mean, the code doesn't look simpler. I know I could get rid of this. I know I could make this into a one-line thing. I just don't think it's buying me anything. Sometimes I write code like that, but okay. Let me just look for all cases of set O and just see what all is getting set. Okay. Now this does not need to be the case. This does not need to be the case anymore because I've got the reverts. So it'd be good to remove this. It was a good assertion before to have, but I don't think I'm going to want it in the future. Okay. Feel pretty confident about this code. Play. Okay. Yes. That's a good test. That is a pass. Okay. Gonna test another case, which is the spoke going on top of the ice. Oh, wait a minute. I should fix this shit. Alright, scene organization. Let's do that first because it's making it hard for me to test things. So scene organization. Let me see. It looks like what I've done here is it's created a whole bunch of these. I know why. Alright. Do I know why? Is it scene organization that's moving it? I think it is. I think it is. And then the code within ICE is probably running an extra time to generate. An extra copy of the talent offset. Yeah, I've seen this before. I am surprised a little bit about this. Oh, I know why, though. I know why. I know fucking why. Because my scene organization code is relying on the top level object to be a prefab. And because I had to unpack ice, because I had to unpack the prefab in order for its auto tile setting behavior to work, I lost that designation of it being a container of other elements. So my scene organization code flattened it out. It just grabbed it and moved. It moved tile and it moved offset under the level. And I don't want it to do that. I want it to move ice, the top level thing, and when it moves the top level game object into the level game object as part of the scene organization, it should just move tile and offset along with it, and then it wouldn't dismantle it. So I need to give scene organization some other clue. That tile and offset shouldn't be moved. I could use a tag on these. A new tag called Don't Organize. I kind of like that. I think that's a pretty good way to do it. Let me consider it a little bit more. So inside of scene organization, why is this red? Sweater threads, don't do it. Okay, editor, scene organization. This thing is fucking torturous. So like I was saying, that prefab grouping was allowing me to figure out what needed to move, but when I unpack I lose that. So a couple ways I could do it. A couple ways I could fix it. 78 ways I could fix it, but I'll probably put down a couple here. Number one, add don't organize tag. This just seems like a good way. Don't organize tag. And go that has that tag won't be moved. Okay, number two. special case, name, e.g. Nice. It already sounds crappy. Special case, component, e.g. This sounds crappy already too, but I like to go through the motions of coming up with more than one way to solve a problem. Okay. Performance hit. Number 4. That's going to be the don't organize tag. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. It also has an advantage that I could remove some of these other criteria and use the don't organize tag instead. The one bad thing about using that don't organize tag is that it means that if I want a game object to have a different tag that is meaningful, it would you can only have one tag applied at a time. So maybe I won't go gung-ho on simplifying everything, but I could do I could probably remove this, for example. But I don't have to do that right away. I can test out this idea first. Stop. What? Really? Weird. Okay. Huh. So you, honestly, you, JetBrains writer, you know that that tag is not defined? If you do, I'm impressed. If you do, I'm very impressed. Okay. Take out that underscore. Okay. Let's see. I don't think it knows. Yeah, I don't think you know. I don't think you know. Let me, okay, what is this compare tag? So if I say player, yeah, okay, that's the default one though, not a custom one. Let me try saving the project, see if JetBrains picks it up. Ah, dang it. Alright. It does pick it up. Wow. Damn, this thing is well integrated. It really is. Okay, but I didn't get a chance to build that. And when I did the save, it dismantled my ice, so I gotta redo that part. But, okay. Build solution. Stop and build. And I'll go into this stuff. Let's say you will be don't organize. You will be don't organize. I think I gotta do all these. I wonder, can I do them? Actually, hold on. Guess I can do all of these at the top level, but I can't go like one down. I actually have to go into each of these, and the top one will be fine, but it's the next one I gotta do. So the top one's fine, then don't organize. Okay, that should take care of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of these two guys. They got moved. Okay, put one here. Then also I'm going to put another one not in the spike position, but the spoke position. Then also I'm going to put one underneath it to start in the same locations. Okay. Now there's a good chance that when I save this that they'll get dismantled again, but oh, let's just double check. Top level is fine. Next down, don't organize. Don't organize. Okay, imagine these ones are all the same too. Yes, good. Alright. Now I'm going to save it. I expect ice, ice 1, ice 2, ice 3 to all go under level, but keeping the hierarchy of tile and offset. As it should be. Okay. Now when I hit play, I'm going to test that all these ices work. There's two, they're starting out under spoke and spike, and there's two that aren't, but will be under spoke and spike as I rotate it. So I'm just going to test all of those cases out. Yes. Yes. Here's the interesting thing. I'll push the axle, but then I should slide over the ice at the same time. Oh yes, it worked. I love it. I love it. Real happy with that. Real friggin' happy. So I fixed it. I fixed the problem, and I fixed it in the way that's going to be the most fun later on when you play the game. Because I could have removed the capability to have ice around the axles. I could have just level designed around it. But because I thought it might be fun to slide around the ice and push axles at the same time, I came up with a solution that preserves that capability. Okay. So now I've got about an hour left. Question is, can I get this last thing done? Okay. This I completed. This I completed. Post-proc edge detection. There's one third-party asset that gives me that. I'd like to not bring in all of it. Oh, also there's a nice little bit of code here I think I want to keep. Yeah, come back to that. Okay, flat kit. That's the one. Okay, shaders. Seems like maybe I could get it from just these. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize I had the code for the shader here too. And it's not very long. Oh. Well, that's exciting. Quite exciting. Wow. Okay. Okay, what are the includes? Unity CG. CG Inc. Let me see if this is probably not specific to the third-party asset. I just want to check real quick. Yeah, it's built in. Okay, cool. Let me try importing this and just selecting those files and see how well that works. Okay, this might ask for a login. If it does, I'm going to, nope, did not. This thing here is kind of neat. It's just, it takes a lot of CPU, but it is beautiful. It's friggin' beautiful. This Jiffy Crew post-process line. So my thing is a cheap version of it. And not to say anything bad about FlatKit. I'm not saying FlatKit is a cheap thing. It's got a lot of good stuff in it, but the post-process edge detection line drawing thing, the one they've got is a cheap version of this thing, which is this one will draw different types of lines depending on the geometry underneath. It will vary the line thickness, and you can also change line weight around different types of lines. Like there's a silhouette line around the whole object. There's interior lines that can have their own thicknesses. So it's really sophisticated, and I'm impressed by it. It just takes a long time. It's just really slow. It nosedives the frame rate for me. Whereas this one, not so bad, but it doesn't do as much. I say this one, I mean one small part of flat kit, which is the post-processing addition of lines. Okay. Let's turn everything off to start. Don't need all the demo stuff. Don't need the presets. I didn't see anything in the shader that was referencing stuff outside of it. Okay, so this guy, bam. This guy, which controls the component that's added to the camera. I'll just look through the rest of this just to see if there's anything else. Yeah, take this one too. Okay, that might be enough. And they do have a material-based outline shader too, but again, it's got the same problem with the I brought up at the beginning of the stream. Okay, so I believe it imported. Let's go to the player cam. Let's add. What was it? Image, outline image effect. Okay, it's already working. Let me adjust the settings on it. I also did like 128. That looked a little bit better. Okay. That said use normals. That gives me, wow, it's looking okay. I had some different settings here. I'll play with them. I'll play with them. Let's put this up to 3. Okay, now there's going to be a lot of redundancy here because I still have the Toonie Colors material-based outlines on stuff. But let me just begin by hitting play and seeing what everything looks like before I remove any further. Okay, no, I think also I can make some refinements here. So if I say 1, okay. Yeah, I like having the ice not look too busy with all those lines around the outside, so I just kind of I remove some of them. Okay, save that. Hit play. So another thing I'm hoping I can do, and I won't try to do it in this session, is make that shader set the line weight differently depending on distance from camera. So it'd be great to have really thick lines if the depth from the camera was small, the distance from the camera. Okay, these already look better. These already look much better. So you can see all these lines here. You know, this is worth maximize. Let's do a maximize. Maximize on play so we can see this better. Okay. Okay, so here I've got these other lines besides the silhouette line. That's the terminology I'll use. I always had the silhouette line coming from the material-based shaders, but the image processing shader is giving me these other lines, non-silhouette lines, interior lines, I guess you might call them. And they look good. It's actually quite an improvement. That looks good. So next steps will be to remove the material-based lines. I wonder how much I could refine that shader. Kind of excited about the possibilities there. Good lines can make everything look so beautiful. Huh. If I could get better control of the line weight, the types of things I could do. Ah, man. Like, this is the type of game, like the top-down view and emphasis on geometry, that would really benefit from the shader, from having these lines at different widths. Yeah, okay, I won't get deep into it tonight, but man, I'm getting excited about lines. This was the effect I wanted at the very beginning, and I downloaded and paid for quite a few of these. I downloaded maybe 8 different Unity Store asset packages. God, I downloaded so many of those over the course of years, and they all kind of look well, this one looks good. This one looks just like what I wanted. So I mean, congrats to Flat Kit. Also quite nice of them to have all the source there, and I can adjust the source and make it look even better. Okay, so there might be a case to combine the material based with the outline, with the image processing outline. Because I get really I don't know, I'm like thinking out loud a little too much, I think. Alright, here's what we'll do. I'm not going to change the prefabs because I'm still playing with stuff. I'm still playing a lot. And it would be sort of, it would probably be premature to remove the material-based outline from all of the prefabs. What I can do instead is just run a few experiments. So let's take all the floors and let's set I guess I actually am changing everything, but maybe it's not that hard to put it back. Standard. A nice thing when I do move away from that particular shader is I can go like to the standard shader, and that allows me to add in some things that were missing from the Tunicolors shader, like normal maps and depth maps. These floor squares can have a depth map or a normal map applied to them. I actually tried both. The depth map doesn't seem to do too much, but the normal map is actually pretty dramatic. Okay, so there's that. Let's do wall. One thing I do get when I switch away from Tunicolors is the specular highlight on the floors was looking just kind of like a solid white disc that followed you around, and I'm sure there are ways to adjust that. I'm not dissing on Tunicolors, but one way of getting that to go away is just to switch to a different shader that doesn't quantize all the colors, which is part of getting a cartoon look, but I don't really need that full cartoon look where it takes the colors of the interior and simplifies them or quantizes them. I just wanted the outlines around the edge. So let's see, what other stuff is there? Let's get axle. let's just do a bunch all at once. I can put all this shit back later if I have to. I don't think anything's referencing this, so let's just delete. This is gonna look a whole lot different. It's gonna look a whole lot different. All right. Hey, Skills. What's a god killer to me? Something that kills a god. I mean, it's literally. But, but it's the name of my game. No, it does mean something. So, the main character in the game is in a battle with the deity of the world that she finds herself born into. And it would be a spoiler if I say whether or not she kills the god, but she's definitely in conflict with that character. The one thing that this new way of drawing lines doesn't do as well as the old way is having differing line weights at different depths, and I'm hoping that when I get into the shader code, I'll be able to add some stuff there that has it do better with that. But it still looks nice to me. I still think it's worth replacing what I had. Thanks, man. Do you do game development too? So it's really nice for me to finally see some lines being drawn, like where my mouse pointer's hovering over. Because they didn't do that before with the material-based outlines. Material-based outlines would only draw the silhouette lines. I understand why, but it wasn't as nice of a result. And I do see like a little bit of, I guess you could call it aliasing. Like, I think it has to do with yeah, fair enough. So I see aliasing around there, but I think it's acceptable to me. But I think it has to do with just the way shaders work, where they calculate the value for one pixel in isolation from whatever else is going on. So there's no code that says we're going to draw a line from here to here. There's only code that says for this one pixel, taking everything into account, what should this pixel color be? So it's pretty hard for it to draw a nice line. But I'm still accepting of the result. I think it's better than what I had. So I've been developing professionally somewhere between 25 and 30 years, making games, maybe 15 years. On this particular game, I've been working on it for a year to a year and a half. I kind of lost track. Some games have taken me a couple years to make. Others have taken me maybe 5. This one might take me 3 years and a year and a half through. So I'm probably about the 50% mark. Probably. Famous last words. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I have done everything I said I was going to do in this session, and that is the perfect time to stop the session. So thanks for joining me, Skills. I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna stop the stream. Catch you later. Boom. You just happen to catch me right at the end of my stream. Not leaving because you're coming in. Thank you. See ya.